meeting ran a little late. Let it be known that all members of the council are present. I'm going to lead the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, and Councilmember Alvarado will be doing our invocation. So please rise. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing, please. Heavenly Father, just come before you. We just thank you for the opportunity to serve the community. Lord, we ask that you continue guiding us and watching over us and watching over the community, and just give the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, Lord, and let us make decisions that are healthy for our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Tonight is a busy night on our calendar docket, so this will be good. I need a motion to approve agenda as long as no changes.
No changes, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Olvera and a second by Councilmember Espinoza. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Given.
Yes, tonight we have a proclamation for some lovely people in this room, so I'm going to make my way up here. I guess I should re-clarify that. There are 4 more lovely people in this. Y'all don't get to say. You want to hear, you gotta be here. Hey, yeah, aren't you a member?
Yes.
You didn't have a red shirt.
So this proclamation is for the Cinco de Mayo Days, the 34th anniversary, which is April 29th through May 5th, 2024. And by the way, we are so close to Cinco de Mayo itself. You're Cuatro de Mayo. Yeah, well, you're like that one day off. Whereas the Republic of Mexico was invaded more than 200 years ago by an army of foreign troops from France. And whereas on the 5th day of May, 1862, an outnumbered and untrained Mexican force was sent to battle with the larger and more experienced French troops at Guadalupe Hill near the city of Puebla. And whereas against all odds, the Mexican troops defeated their invaders, and whereas this victory is a symbol and example of all which is possible through determination, accomplishment, and honor for all free people. Now therefore, I, Chad Givens, Mayor of the City of Shafter, on behalf of the entire Shafter City Council, do hereby proclaim April 29th through May 5th, 2024 as Cinco de Mayo Days, passed and adopted this 16th day of April, 2026. There.
Moving back here.
Okay, we'll move back. Well, Pete's gonna move the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Stay up here.
You gonna stay back there, or you wanna come back to you?
Yeah.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, now I understand. It took me a second.
He catches up.
I'm a slow learner.
Kathy kind of.
Well, you want me down? All right.
So it looks like you're in there. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Very excited, very excited.
Thank you very much
Very
for having me.
excited. I mean, you're like right there. You get the 4th of May and I'm the 5th of May this year. That's why I said I really, I talked to her too. She goes, I don't know why they picked me. I'm like, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this. She did nothing but great. You'll have that. Yeah, please do. Here, let me move this back.
What? Yeah. No, it's all right. Bring him back. We didn't have to walk down it.
All right. Sorry.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, thank you. And all the other governing bodies of the city of Shafter. Thank you for having us. My name is Jose Chavez. I've been a member of the Cinco de Mayo committee for quite some time. During that time, I've gotten to know a lot of people who have unselfishly helped the community be what it is today. This year's Grand Marshal, when we get together at the beginning of the year, we have an abundance of names. And it's very difficult to just pick one. So I don't want to say it's unfair to everybody else, but sometimes it's anonymous, sometimes we debate. This year was anonymous and we chose this person for the following reasons. Whenever it comes to community help or a community event that needs the governing body of the police department, she does not hold back for help. I might as well just say the name, Deputy Chief Barnett.
Yeah.
Was anonymously picked as our Grand Marshal. Whenever it comes to contact, she assigns the right people and puts the right people in the right spot. She spared no manpower to ensure that the community is safe whenever we host big events. Not just the community, but our ongoers and us as a community to ensure that we have everything that we need at our expense to ensure that things go without a hitch. And things have gone on without a hitch for quite some time. And we're very proud and humbled to have her as our Grand Marshal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, just to mention that, city manager might want to share about the color guard or the chapter PD.
No, Mayor and Council, I received a request on behalf of the committee just yesterday afternoon about the possibility of having our PD honor guard present colors at the parade. So we'll make arrangements. If I can get a point of contact from someone from the committee and put you in contact with Acting Chief Mulligan. So we'll present colors at the beginning before the parade as a sign of the request. That's all we can do at this time. But yeah, we'll have our PD presence in terms of the honor guard.
We mainly in front of the judge's trailer.
Right.
Area.
Y'all do a very well job in picking people for your grand marshals. I'm really excited for this one this year. I would venture to say, if you think about the city of Shafter, she's really the epitome of community service because she tirelessly gives, whether she's in uniform or out of uniform. She knows probably more people than anybody else that I can imagine. She's always got a smile on her face, regardless of the situation at hand. And I told you, she is shocked. She's like, I just don't understand why they picked me, like me of all people. And I'm like, you're well deserving of this. There's not a day that goes by that people are very grateful to have her in this community. So very cool. I think it's going to be a fun year. Like I said, you're so close to the Cinco of the de Mayo, but you're right there. One day. Has it only been one time? Okay, you've done this for 34 years. You're 35, and you've only had it one time. Oh. Every time. Man, I'm so close. All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, with that said, we're going to move into our public comment time. Public comment time is meant for anyone wishing to speak on any item included on the agenda or within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. We ask that speakers come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Speakers are limited to 5 minutes unless additional time is needed for translation. At this time, public comment time is open. All right, nothing online? Very good. At this time, public comment time is closed. Council, we're going to look to you for some announcements. Mr. Alvarado, I'm going to let you start because you have a really fun announcement that you were just doing this last weekend.
I was, huh?
Yeah, you were.
I just want to say, my daughter did get married.
Yeah.
Excited. Finished my, all my duties as a parent. I'm just kidding. But, no, that was fun. That was exciting and glad everything went well. We're back. On a different note, I had a request. I think it was brought up before in a different meeting. But I guess there's a huge crowd of folks in the community are interested in pickleball courts. I just don't know. I know we talked about it, we mentioned it. I don't know if it was something that we were planning to do or not.
Yes,
but-
we're doing it in the new park.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. So I'll let them know that, hey, we got some good news. The pickleball is coming to Shafter. So, and that'd be at the Fresno Park, correct?
Yeah, North Park, yes, sir.
And then another question someone else had was the Green Hotel downtown, is that considered, I guess, historic officially? And
Yes.
then who would be the person I could refer this person to talk to more about his part of history of Shafter? So I don't know.
Gary Nelson is the
Gary Nelson.
president,
Gary Nelson, okay. And that's
or
pretty,
Stan Wilson, either one of them.
Gary or Stan, okay. And that's it. That was it.
We didn't divulge the other location. I heard there's somebody on that table who may play pickleball. I'm not looking at anybody, but we didn't divulge the other location, I promise. Mr. Espinoza?
Nothing to report.
I don't have anything either.
I don't know what to say. We're in uncharted territories here.
Okay, I haven't had any meetings that I've attended other than working very diligently to have a successful fundraiser for the Rotary Club that's going to be held this Thursday on the 18th at the Betts Hall. So if you're interested, we'd love to have you.
You still have a few more tickets left?
Mhm.
All right.
Mine? No.
No, just money.
Very good. We actually did have a meeting actually yesterday. Oh, that's right. With a local property owner who is extremely excited to work with the city on some upcoming commercial development. So really excited to partner with that. There's some nostalgia with it that I think I want to talk to you about, things I didn't know. So between you, I'm gonna have to talk to Stan too, because I think Shafter started in 1897. Does that sound right?
There was a train going through town, but there wasn't anything else.
Yeah, see, I think I was right about that yesterday. Some really cool nostalgia we'll have to talk about. I think we might know the first land that was sold here, 1898. So anyway, with that, we will continue on into our consent calendar. Tonight on consent calendar, we have 20 items. I'm going to try to read through these briefly. There's a lot going on. Number 1 is to approve the general checks. Number 2 is to approve payroll. Number 3, approving minutes. Number 4, approving the resolution of commendation for the Cinco de Mayo Grand Marshal, Diana Burnett. Number 5, accept the treasurer's report for March of 2024. Number 6, adopt resolution 2959 for the filing of the TDA Article 4 fiscal year 2021-2022. Item 7 is adopt resolution 2960, same article, but for fiscal year 2022-2023. Item 8, adopt resolution 2961, filing for a Transit Development Act for Article 8, 2021 for 2022. Item number 9 is adopting resolution 2962 for the same Transit Development Act, Article 8 for fiscal year 2022-2023. Number 10, adopting resolution 2963 for the execution of certifications and assurances and authorized agent forms for the low carbon transit operations. Item number 11 is adopt the City of Shafter employee biweekly pay schedule effective March 16th, 2024. Item 12 is adopt ordinance 752 for development agreement number 2321. Item number 13 is to ratify approval of funding letters of support previously signed for the 3 items noted on here. Item number 14, ratify a funding increase to purchase order 2024-0253 from $5,040 to $11,854.50. Item 15, approving 1 United States Bureau of Reclamation letter of non-objection for utility crossings for completion of the City Well number 17. As well as another letter for non-objection for utility crossings for completion of track 6490. Item 16, accept a cost proposal for replacement of a traffic signal controller and new battery backup submitted by Loop Electric, not to exceed $40,000. Item 17, review ordinance number 736, adopting a military equipment use policy. Item 18, adopting the public improvements constructed for track 7319 phase 2, and then file the notice of completion and acceptance in reducing the performance and payment security to 25% of the original value. Item 19, accept proposals received for the replacement of an AC unit on the City Hall from MCOR Services for a contract amount up to $15,000. And item number 20, approve the construction plans and contract documents for the Zerker Road reconstruction project Ayes 3. Questions, comments, concerns? Otherwise, looking for a motion and a second, please.
I move we approve.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Proud and a second by Councilmember Olvera. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Prout. I'm so sorry.
You're
Yes.
okay. I was waiting for you to correct that. Yes.
Mhm.
With that said, we are moving into our management report items tonight. Our management report, we have 8 items. Starting with item number 1 is a request to make a finding of public benefit to the community at large for recommended expenditures. Mr. Gonzalez.
Sir, Mayor and Council, this time is coming before you to get council direction, but more importantly, to if you go with the city staff recommendation to make a determination that what we're proposing with the nominal amount of city funds to not be a gift of public funds. With that, we have our community engagement manager, Rachel, making the presentation. Rachel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. So as the city continues to grow, we continue to implement software for our residents that benefit both the residents and city staff. With that, 2 new programs being in or have been implemented, but we need to push out to the community. And we have through social media is Invoice Cloud. So I'm not sure if you guys have used it already in paying your utility bill, and Code Red, the Code Red notification system. So coming to you today to get approval that the community at large receive a public benefit from the expenditures of funds to purchase raffle prizes. And the background behind this is starting with Dia El Niño. I plan to be at that event, as well as Cinco de Mayo, First Fridays, any community event that has a large gathering, 3rd of July, to educate our public on these programs and softwares, mainly Code Red right now and Invoice Cloud. We feel that this is a benefit to them, and just posting this on social media. Not everyone has social media, but if we're able to meet the community out in the community and educate them on what we are doing. Sometimes the community can be hesitant about signing up for things. And especially when it comes to software between the community and government. So my idea was, could we raffle off prizes? So I'm talking to a citizen, educating them about Code Red, Invoice Cloud, finances on board to come out to these community events as well and educate the public on their software. And as an incentive for the citizen to sign up, we would give them a raffle ticket and have some sort of a raffle. So my idea was for Dia El Niño, we would raffle off maybe a boy and a girl, I don't know, bike, just an example. And so that's what we're coming to you guys tonight, is that there would be no, the funds would come out of the Shafter City Council community promotion budget, which is already established. It's there. But I want blessing as to what your thoughts are on having that benefit out to the community in order to educate them and get their buy-in on these portals and softwares that benefit not only them, but us as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Or if you would want to provide an alternative to what I'm proposing, I'm willing to take that as well.
Have you seen or heard that happen in other communities too?
I have not, but I don't know that, I mean, I wouldn't say it wouldn't be beneficial, but I have not heard of other communities doing that.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
This will just be for this event only, right?
that's right.
It won't be-
No.
So
it's
we're
all
at
the-
$200, a max, not to exceed 200 for each event. So the El Nino would be one event. When we go to Cinco de Mayo, that would be a separate event, each of the first Fridays. So it's a benefit to the community to get them to sign on to Code Red for the notifications, get them to buy in and paying their utility bill on the new software that we just, pushed out.
But like a budget of what, $1,500?
Less than 1,500. There's, I believe, 4 First Friday events planned, Dia de Niño and Cinco de Mayo. So that right there is 6. At 200 per event, you're at.
You're doing De los
1,200.
Muertos? De los
Well,
Muertos?
that's-
Are we doing that one too?
It's, I thought we combined it with the last First Friday.
I don't know if that's
Oh.
officially yet. So if, yeah, you would be 1, 2,
3rd
3,
of July would
4,
be another
5,
big event.
6,
And I would
Poten-
probably end it with,
7, 1,500.
1,500.
the Christmas parade. And
Yeah,
that's it.
that would be 7. So you have $1,500.
So this has already been approved legally.
Well, that's why it's before you tonight. There's 2 issues here. There's the policy issue, which is whether or not this is a good idea. It's entirely up to you. The legal issue here is whether or not, there's a public benefit to this. And if there's a public benefit, it's not going to be deemed to be a gift of public funds. And so the reason why we brought it before you is to document the public benefit, as opposed to having staff kind of do it on their own where there's no documentation.
Right.
The reason we brought it before you is so that you can document the public benefit. That way, if there's ever any questions about it, your determination is not going to be overturned.
So why do you have to reward a prize for someone to come up and learn about something?
I wouldn't say it's a reward.
What is it then?
It's
It's
an
an
incentive, to get them.
incentive to come?
No, an incentive to sign up for us. I mean, I mentioned earlier, we have our Blackboard, citizens that are signed up currently are not even 200. And that's been in the last 10 years that I've been here. So now we're moving on to a new system and we have 91 that have signed up. We have a population of over 20,000 people.
So
So how do we,
once I
it-
sign up, what's going to keep me involved other than I signed up so that I could get a prize? See what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know why they need to have that incentive. I mean, in the past, we've even had to have people sign up for emergency preparedness, and yet, where are they? What have they done?
I understand the flip side of it though,
But
because,
this is something that you've already talked about and you want, huh?
no, why would you
No?
say that?
Well, because I thought you already planned it.
No, ma'am. This is the first I've heard of it. However, I do understand the necessity out of Code Red. Because
But Code-
if Code Red is meant to be an emergency response system, I understand the necessity you want to push residents to get to that. Now, whether or not it's necessitated by doing it through some type of incentive program, I don't know the answer to that.
Yes,
Flip a coin, does it work, does it not work? I don't know. Having informational booths, I think, are critical. I think that's the first step, number one. Trying to help people understand the necessity or the want to have something like that. I mean, once you download and put it on your phone, it's like any other app. You'll never hear anything from it until you do. And when you do, you probably don't want to hear from it. But it is a way to obtain a way to share information out to the public. And I'll use an event, the situation that happened I'm looking at Chief behind you, the situation that happened at the McDonald's and Starbucks area with the shooter, right? I know from my perspective, I had numerous calls. I can only imagine what you guys were getting on the dispatch side with what is happening because you end up with kids in school with school shutting down. So in a system like this, it automatically goes out and says, hold on, everything's fine, we're covered, and you at least are getting parents to.
Yeah, but the question isn't whether to have Code Red. The Code Red is there, but why are we having to give an incentive?
so we believe that the incentive will increase signups
Signups for what?
For Code
Code
Red.
Red
So
or
that,
invoice
so
cloud.
I've signed up for it and then I'm going to get notification that something happened in my community.
Yes.
You might want to buy.
What's
I
the,
don't want to.
what's the sign up process? Like what needs to be entered into the app or how does a person go to
So-
get signed in?
So when they sign up, if I'm at the event and it's a Wasco resident, this is not gonna benefit them. They're not gonna go into this raffle because Code Red is not meant for a Wasco resident. But if they're a Shafter resident and once we educate them on what Code Red is, The process is just simple. They just need to provide, and we would do it step by step with them, their name, of course, their address, because remember that code red is geo-targeted. We can create a geo fence to send out notifications to a specific area, or we can do it by groups. So if I just want to notify schools, I'm just notifying schools. So they just need to provide their name, their address, because it's geo-targeted, and they get to choose how they want to receive the communication, whether it's by text, by email, by phone call. They choose that. We do not. But we cannot sign up the resident without their permission. They have to buy in to the software.
And they'll do this on their phone while they're there with you
Or we'll have iPads there to sign them
to
up.
do.
Is it a one-time sign up or does it have to be renewed?
No, one time.
And then if they move out of Shafter, they're expected to inform you about that?
So say they move out of Shafter, they'll continue to receive the notifications until they remove themselves from the portal. But let's say it's someone that has a home here or they're a landlord. And then they move, but yet their home remains, they're renting it. They'll still get notifications if they're in the system because they have a rental here.
Mayor and Council, the concept is for $1,500 or less, 200 per event. It's very nominal. What we're trying to do is engage the community at these events.
No,
by
it's to
saying-
inform them. It doesn't engage them. All it does is informs them.
I may make council's patience. What I was trying to say is that it's just a form of engaging the residents while we're out these festivities by saying, typically human nature is they avoid signing up for anything, right? By saying, hey, if you sign up, we'll give you a raffle ticket to win a kid's bike or something like that. We're using that, yeah, is it an incentive? Is it a reward? It's interchangeable, one and the same, but it's a way to engage the general public. The benefit, we currently don't have, prior to Code Red, we don't have a citywide mass notification system. The only system we had is our dispatch system getting overwhelmed, but we don't have a notification system to inform the community. We learned a very valuable lesson from the active shooting incident we had on Laredo Highway, in which all the schools around the area went to lockdown. This is an example, and I think, Mary, you started saying that. We had no way of communicating to the teachers, to the parents, and so that's where the concept of Code Red. Right now, we're not having a lot of success getting voluntary people to sign up. We believe that the benefit for the more of the people to sign up of the residents, the greater the benefit in the event we have to notify the community of any incident. It's not just active shooting incidents. It could be earthquakes. It could be a boil water incident. I mean, it has a lot of versatility. So I'm of the opinion, as your city manager, that for $200 per event to engage the residents to sign up, because most people, human nature, they avoid it. I personally don't want to sign up, but hey, give me a ticket for a raffle, price to win it, I might do it, right? That's all we're trying to do, because we're of the opinion that the value, the benefit for our residents to be linked to our mass notification system is very significant. And we know that firsthand from the shooting incident we had along Laredo, and particularly when we had no other means of communicating. By the time we were posting on social media, there was videos that other people had already taken and were posting of the incident. So this will allow us to communicate to the public in real time.
Go ahead.
The other reason why it's on, as the city attorney said, is because anytime we're utilizing city funds in this capacity, we have to evaluate pursuant to government code that it's not a gift of public funds. And as stated in the analysis, we've evaluated, determined that the use of the public funds is not a gift of public funds because one, the government code says that it has to be open to the community, it has to promote the community, and has to be available to the public benefit. So in this case, we determined that the event will be open to all the public because they're going to be public events. It'll positively promote the community because it'll get people to engage and get notifications. And just the fact of getting notified is a benefit to our residents to get real-time notification of incidents occurring in the city. And that's what we base the determination that for $200 per event, it's a very nominal.
No, I agree with it. I think that, if you've tried other means and it hasn't been proven successful, I mean, we do have over 20,000 people here and you have what, 91 signed up? I'm like, I don't think it's a big deal to use that as an incentive to see if we can increase those
Now,
numbers.
keep in mind as we move along with the events and the residents already signed up, they're not gonna benefit from the raffle because they're already signed up.
Correct.
Maybe they signed up at the El Nino. That's not gonna benefit them. We're not just gonna be handing out raffle tickets. So they would have to be a first-time sign up.
So theoretically, we can test this theory. I mean, if the issue is testing the
Yes.
theory, if this makes sense as an incentive, you could do it on the Dia de la Nina event. And then 2 days later, you've got Cinco de Mayo. So you do one with the raffle, you do one without and see which one you get better engagement on. If the
Yep.
raffle works and you're getting the engagement versus the one that you didn't, theoretically, you know if this works or doesn't.
So what kind of events are we always going to be putting out there that everybody needs to know? Is it
Community
just-
events?
No, incidents that happen. Is it just what happened on a major event that's like at Lerdo? Or are we going to put when there's a car accident, when there's all other things happening too?
Yeah.
So the system can be used by all departments.
Well, I guess I have so many questions about it and yet I don't know that it's just sprung on us and I don't understand how it's going to be forced upon because it's going to be forced and everybody's going to have this deal and then we're going to have to monitor it so that who's going to decide what's going to go posted on there? I mean, you could have the code red beep almost all the time if we're going to post or notify everybody of everything.
So
So let me respond to that. So Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council, we made a demonstration of Code Red several months ago. And we did a presentation. We walked you through the different uses, the different screens, the different purposes. We shared with you how between police department and our community engagement manager, we would utilize that tool. The utilization of that tool is vast. It is not just for active shooter incidents. It could be for road closures, power outages, any safety concerns. It could be for water outages. Public Works can send notifications to a specific neighborhood. If there's a broken water line, if we have to close a street due to a busted water line or signalizations out at a certain during when we have the winds, the storm. So the utilization of how we notify is vast. We've gone through internal protocols of how we're going to utilize that tool between police department for police matters, for non-police matters. Public Works will have access to send out notifications related to Public Works, PD related to police matters, and then our community engagement manager for any non-emergency or non-PD matters. So internally, we've already developed protocols on how we're going to utilize this tool, but the notifications be for any instance. That's what's the benefit of this tool. It's really a tool because in today's environment, people rely on this, whether it's videos, TikTok, even though we may not do it, doesn't mean that our residents, our community don't rely on it. And that's just the way it is. The utilization of a citywide notification system is the best practice in cities. Now, do all cities do it? No, but proactively, this is one of the better tools that we can use as a city for citywide notification. But we did provide to council a demonstration several months ago about Code Red and its utilization. Now we're just bringing back this item for $200 per event to try to engage the community. That's really what this item is on the agenda, not about Code Red itself, but we're happy to answer questions about it.
So I'll say this, I have no problem with it. I'll go back and say a little over 6 years ago as a council body, I know you guys haven't been on 6 years, but a little over 6 years ago as a council body, we talked about how do we communicate with our residents and that we are failing getting the information out there. 2 years ago, we have a survey and a study done by CSUB who says, man, we really wish the city could communicate better with its residents. Since then, we've been pushing because I think you noted that in the earlier meeting about your push even on social media. We recognize our demographics are showing that we're a young town, less than 30 years old on the median base, and majority of the people are using, I guess Instagram's growing really well. I got to figure that out a little bit better. I get it. My daughter laughs at me. That's great. But we're trying to communicate. I think this is just one more communication tool that we're trying to put out there to ensure that our residents are hearing everything possible, whether they want to pick up on it or not. The effort has to be there, I think, to communicate. And this is just one more tool to say, hey, we're letting everyone know what's happening at all given times.
And I
I'm
just
not
want-
objecting to
I
code
just
red.
want to make
We already went through that.
a clear point. When the resident signs up, not only do they choose the way of communication that they're gonna receive from us, but they also choose what type of communication. So if they just sign up for emergency notifications with, whether it's a train derailment, a shooting, an earthquake, they can choose that. If they want to choose to receive agendas, they can choose that. We're not, when a resident signs up, they're not gonna be receiving every single notification being pushed out. They're gonna receive what box they checked. So they get to choose that.
See, and I don't have a problem with any of that. There's no problem with code red. We went through that already. It's just the fact of having to give this extra amount, even though it's a small amount. I just don't think you need to do that. And I'm gonna vote no on it.
Okay.
Just because of the money part of it. It's not the code red. I think people ought to be willing to do it on their own. You can still be out there. We still do tables and information out there.
And we plan to.
Yes, yes.
There's another, way of communicating. I mean, the concept, like Kathy said, the concept is great. I don't think we're arguing the concept. We're arguing the $200, raffle part. Yeah, that's a. But, there's also another way of, they've done it with the, air district pollution, where they have people like Angel Jimenez, who's well known in the community, speaking on behalf of it, the video, having people of churches or people in the community, leaders of the community, just sharing, hey, we support Code Red, sign up. And he could communicate with tons and tons of people of this church through Angel, using him as you make a video of, you see billboards of talking about clean air policies. That's another tactic, you know, it's a way of getting people to sign up on something that's good like this. Even the other one of we find a pothole, what app to use to make, write in the complaint. So there's all those apps out there, so they're valuable, but it's just like you said, how do we get people to sign up, right? But I think using sources like Angel that are in our community leaders to stand behind it, pastors stand behind it, rec department stand behind it. You got a lot of ways of, getting people to sign on. It's just brainstorming those ideas.
I had a comment. First of all, as long as it's for like the schools, I think we should have that line of communication anyway. I mean, we should be able to contact every school and let them know in a moment's notice what's going on. And then, I think it was Monday, wasn't it, Mike, when I called you? When I
Yesterday?
called you about the smoke.
Oh, last week.
I was coming out of Walmart, and I was walking back to my pickup, and I looked at this huge plume of smoke that, in my judgment, was in line with Shafter. When I looked at it, I thought, oh my God, that's something, Shafter's that way. And so I didn't know what it was. And I called Gabriel, and then I left a message, and then I called Mike, and I asked Mike about it. And that was something that right there and then, I didn't have any idea what was going on, and I didn't know what it was. And I was trying to find out, and I contacted Mike, and then Mike got right back in touch with me and told me what the situation was. But that, to me, is something that plume of smoke looked like a big mushroom cloud, and then with the situations that we have going on everywhere in the world, you just never know. So the code red, I'm totally in favor of having a code red, but just stirring the interest to get people to sign up. I think we need to up it to like a big screen TV, but no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I've seen it at the fair. I've seen them all lining up to sign their names for the win a big screen TV. So, I mean, that's just, but I am in favor of a code red program. I mean, I'm sure we can find a way to try to get people interested in it, and stuff like that. But it's definitely something that I think we need.
I feel like Jeff Probst right here. If you don't watch Survivor, you'll learn here in a quick second. On that note, council, it's now time to vote. I need a motion and I see someone caught it back there. I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, before I make a vote, I just want to make clarity. Can we do a pilot program on this, like we had mentioned earlier? Is that, I mean, do the
Certainly.
2 days, one with and one without, and then we'll go from there? Before we
This
do
is
the
what
whole
we
context.
were
of continue-
asking, but we're open to
Yeah.
suggestions from the council.
You good to motion for a pilot for the, I think it's, there's 2 events in May, is that correct?
Now, keep in mind that both events, I mean, Cinco de Mayo is
Amount of
huge
people.
Yes.
compared to the El Nino.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna give me the option to do the raffle, I'm gonna do it at Cinco de Mayo and not at the El Nino.
Correct.
Your choice.
I'll motion.
So we're motioning to do the, like theoretically, one event in May, doing both events, but the funding for the one event in May.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for pilot for the May event. Roll call, please. Oh, sorry, motion by Councilmember Rivera, second by Councilmember Alvarado. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
No,
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Givens.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
And then that would mean that that Tuesday to follow, we should be able to get information back here, so you can do at least a follow-up. I theoretically, I assume a management report follow-up to discuss the goods and bads of it. I don't know how you want to do that.
Well, we published the agenda the Friday before or Thursday before. We won't have it. We might be able to do it under city manager or department director report, Mayor. It's just informational reporting back to you. But if we were to continue it, then we would have to agendize
Yes.
the matter again to bring back to council for additional approval on the expenditure side.
We answered all your questions. You just jumped right there.
No, I think I agree with your manager that could provide a report under city manager comments, but in order to continue the program, you're gonna have to vote to extend it, the use of the funds.
Mhm. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on to item number 2, authorize 1 crime data analyst position for the police department.
So the Mayor and Council, this item was presented to you as part of the mid-year budget review. So it wasn't a standalone item. It was part of the mid-year budget review. At that time, when we presented this item, council directed staff to meet with any council member that wanted to have additional information about the position and what it entailed. To date, we only had 1 council member reach out to our police department to meet. And so at this time, consistent with council direction, that we are told to bring it back in April. That's why this matter is coming back to you. We have our acting chief that will present to you, reiterate what the proposed function of the crime analyst would do. And then similar to when we have mid-year budget review, you can either thumbs up, thumbs down, or kick it to somewhere into the future. So at this time, I'll go ahead and defer to our acting chief to make that presentation. Randy?
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Randy Milligan, your acting chief. So I'll just give you a position overview. As you can see up on the one slide, this position would identify crime patterns, trends, and hotspots from data analysis, researching and evaluating data related to criminal activity and calls for service, crime prevention and problem solving through predictive policing. Functions include criminal investigations, apprehension, crime prevention, and reduction strategies. Support the operations section to support patrol activities more efficient, as this is a civil position. We're only trying to remain at the forefront of modern police practices. So with that said, that's my presentation. I'm just asking for council to approve or give insight for future on this position.
So what is the protocol currently? Who's doing this today?
So right now we have, our property technician is one of the main persons that is, involved in this. It takes a lot of time, but we do prioritize on what events at hand. It has been proven to be something that has, worked very well for us. However, if we can have a dedicated person to doing it, it would obviously keep the cops on the street where they need to be, and it would still give them the resources and data necessary to solve these crimes.
I know in some instances, so I'm It's a precursor to my question, because I know in some instances, this person can be busy, but truthfully, are they going to be 40 hours a week busy doing nothing but this?
They will be very busy continuing doing this from property crimes to civil crimes, so forth. I believe the position will be working 40 hours a week.
I don't disagree, it won't be, but specific to this is the question. I think they will have plenty of other things to do, yes.
There
That's
will
why I'm
be-
asking the
There
question.
will be other assignments
Yeah.
that goes along with this to keep that position busy if needed.
Any other questions?
Just along that thought, Mayor and Council, ideally, this person could also man the substation. Once the substation was open, that they could be at the counter, doing live scan, fingerprinting or pulling records and then be doing this during the downtime. So, there is alternatives for that. Granted, the police substation has not been constructed and operational, but this is something that in the future, that could be utilization for this person or this position at the substation.
So my questioning leads to that, right? I think there's a need for it. I'm not saying there's not. Do I think there's 100% need for it today? No. And I think with the opening of the substation and having the opportunity to have someone at the front counter, obviously with live scans, doing other components to non-post work, let me say that right, then it makes more sense. But in the moment of today, I'm not sure that it's 100%. That's my opinion, 100% useful. But if no other questions or comments on it, I would look for a motion. If there is a motion on the table to vote for this.
Well, that was my feeling, and I think most of you probably already know that. I think it's a little premature. I think that what I found out when I did go and meet that, we're already doing some of this, but it's not a full-time issue. It's not a full-time position at this point, and we will probably grow into that. But I think following up what you've said, I can support that as we wait and go down the road. But today we've hired so many new positions, and I think we need to be more cautious about continually hiring so many new people that, I'm not too sure is necessary at this time. So.
No motion on the table? Just double checking before I move on from this one. Okay, with that, that's a dead item, folks. That is going to be a no. But thank you.
No, thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll keep that for the future,
And I guess I'll clarify that again. I think this is the consensus by the no conversation and conversation on both sides here. I think that's the general consensus. It's not a no because it's not needed. We think there's a need for it, but is it a need today versus tomorrow? And that's what we have to look at a little bit deeper down the road. Yes, sir. Okay, with that, moving on to item number 3, the approval of a 5-year service agreement. Man, I'm going to butcher this. Chris, don't get upset with me. Granicus. Granicus. 5-year service agreement with Granicus for a citywide land management system in the amount not to exceed $68,000.
So certainly, Mayor and Council, we went out to bid on the land management system. This is not a new topic for you. We've talked to you about it in the past. We're now getting ready to move forward with it, which would consist of the purchase of the software and then implementation. With that, I have our assistant IT manager, Chris Schultz, making the presentation. Chris.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Chris Schultz, your Assistant IT Manager. I think this is the first time I've talked to you in person, so it's
fantastic.
Nice. A lot of virtuals, but I am happy to be here, but I am more happy to present this item to you because it's been a long time coming. After over a year of research, staff interviews, advanced planning, and formal RFP evaluation, staff is ready to enter into a multi-year contract with Granicus for a new fully online land management system, also referred to as an LMS internally. Our new LMS will follow residents, businesses, contractors, and allow them to apply for a variety of services, including applications for building permits, submitting code enforcement violations, applying for encroachment permits with our engineering staff, and submitting an electronic tract map for review by our planning department and much, much more. Additionally, this system adds a wide variety of benefits to our applicants, most of whom are our residents. By making online payments available, checking the status of their applications online, printing out their finalized documents and permits on their own time, and communicating back with staff when questions arise during the application process. All of this is done through the convenience of an online portal, which is a very popular way to do business now for municipal governments. But for staff, the new LMS is going to be a more streamlined way to complete the application process internally. For example, our building department will be able to generate a total permit fee for a brand new 1 million square foot building at the industrial park in a matter of seconds within the system, versus now our building inspector supervisor is taking hours, sometimes a half of a day of time just to calculate all the fees associated with that. The new LMS will also fully utilize our enterprise GIS system, furthering the investment that council has made over the years to our spatial data resources and ensuring a level of accuracy within this new system that many other governments our size do not have access to. That's my play on GIS.
I see what you did there.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
There are many additional benefits in acquiring a new system, and if approved, this project implementation would start immediately. And we'd have an anticipated go live for residents of around January 1 of next year. The city has adequate funding within the building department revenues to support this amount requested in the staff report. But I also wanted to report that those same revenues will also cover the additional annual fees for years 2 through 5, which are very well priced at this year 2 cost of $30,000 up to the year 5 cost of $33,000. So Granicus is working with us on giving us a very fair rate for this. That concludes my review, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
How friendly is it? Somebody like, for me, like, even I struggle to get permits to do Christmas parade and stuff
Mhm.
like that. Is that gonna be something, I know there's people that use, the computer system a lot and,
Absolutely.
but as far as the residents to get permits, I wanna add an addition to my house. Am I gonna struggle a lot, or would I have some help, or am I gonna get discouraged?
So I'm of the view that the demonstrations we received from Granicus on this product, it was definitely one of the more user-friendly of the 8 respondents that we had to our proposal, our request for proposals. Obviously, there's going to be a training curve of probably a year or more with residents, especially residents who struggle with having access to technology or the use case of actually going through the process. The concern that I had going into this, Councilmember Alvarado, was someone who maybe isn't used to communicating electronically during an application process, is used to calling the city services office or something.
I'm one of those.
And the nice part about this is that those services will still be available.
Okay.
Someone will still be able to walk in, someone who maybe is a little technologically deficient and actually run through the process with our staff at the front counter. The nice part is that we're anticipating probably a 90% reduction in the need to have people walk in to the front counter. And that's going to open up time for those individuals. But the long-term answer to your question is, like any other technology product, is going to be, hey, we got to wait and see, but we're going to make sure that every service we offer now, from a walk-in or a phone call process, is still going to be available.
I know we're all professionals in customer service, but just emphasize the patience. If we need to have them come in, sit down in the conference room, let that be available.
Absolutely.
Because patience is very essential. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just might know Angel knows how to do it. He knows how to meet people.
That's good, because he's going to be your implementation manager on this project.
He was
He's sitting right there.
That's right. He was brand new and I was brand new, and we both tried to learn together, didn't we? That's right. And you know, it was patience. It certainly is. So, I mean, they've learned a lot too.
Excellent.
Programs like this, to that point, right? So I've used applications like this electronically, and I think the hybrid model is really your best model. The county for a while was running kind of hybrid. I'm not saying I like their program. Please don't go that route. But it's a hybrid concept. They've forced you out of that now, but they also, to Councilmember Alvarado's point, there is no customer service there. It's do or die, and you mainly just die. But it's really built more for the larger players. I'm 400,000 square foot structure, 28 homes coming in, kind of that group, because it just simplifies the process for them. They have a fairly large packet that's coming in versus, me, I'm going to pull a permit because I want to do a backyard structure. It's a little bit different. So having the hybrid, I think, is a really good idea.
Yeah, and one point to add, Mayor, is that this system introduces a whole new technology, and that's the electronic plan review. So using a system called Bluebeam, we know that we're going to have applicants for years to come that are going to, be dissuaded from using an electronic system. We're going to, of course, encourage them to submit all their plans electronically, but that's going to be a learning curve in and of itself. And those are for seasoned, permit and applicants.
You should see the responses we get from the state. Oh, man. Questions, comments, concerns? Otherwise, I need a motion, please.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Alvarado, second by Councilmember Olvera. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Givens.
Yes. I just want to say, Dennis, you probably should use this young man here to do more of your presentations because he got that persuasiveness to him that worked out so well. He got the radio speaking voice and everything going on. So nice move pulling that one out of your pocket. I like it. Yeah, he did fantastic. Thank you. Item number 4, to authorize an urban greening project. City Manager?
Sorry, Mayor and Council, our deputy, excuse me, I didn't demote you, sorry, Mike. Our Public Works Director, Mike James, will make the presentation. This is related to the ongoing participation of the city with the AB 617 group. And so we have an opportunity to capitalize on some of the funding. And so with that, I'll have our Public Works Director, Mike James, make the presentation. Mike?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the Shafter City Council, city staff and Mayor Pro Tem Proud are very active with the Community Steering Committee that was formed several years ago. And it's in place to oversee a Community Emission Reduction Program, or CERP, that uses funds made available through Assembly Bill 617 towards projects and initiatives that improve air quality within the Shafter community. Among the prioritized projects in the CERP is urban greening, which is basically planting trees within city parks, streetscapes, and other public facilities. So the council previously authorized the city to receive AB 617 urban greening funds. The current funding available is $75,000. The planned distribution of these funds is outlined in the fiscal impact part of your staff report. Specifically, $15,000 for trees at parks and public buildings, $5,000 for the Tree Foundation of Kern, which is a nonprofit based in Bakersfield, for their time and expertise in planting trees. And then the balance of the funding, $55,000 for replacing trees along the Laredale Highway median that we've lost over the years. So while available to us, this funding hasn't technically been programmed into the budget just yet. But recently, Public Works has been working with the Tree Foundation of Kern to plan a tree planting event at a park or multiple parks, and that we're targeting an event date of Saturday, May 11th. And the Tree Foundation of Kern is anticipating that there'll be 30 to 60 volunteers at that event. So, and we've also obtained pricing for box planter trees from Site One Landscaping, which is the department's preferred supplier of trees, so that staff can ultimately prepare a purchase order for the trees to be purchased and planted for the May 11th event. So tonight, the recommendation is to formally program the urban greening funds into the city's operational budget, and then also authorize a purchase order of up to $15,000 for the trees to ultimately use at the May 11th planting event. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for that. I did have a question, and I think you kind of you did help me understand that. So that's why I wanted to make sure. So I was looking at the fiscal impact, and I see the tree purchase and I see the foundation. So I see the items you're talking about as far as expenses. But on this motion, maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe I'm not catching it. On this motion, is there an allocation to accept it? Is this money already sitting in your portion of the general fund, or does it have to be moved from a different portion of the general fund? Again, it's grant money that we're working with. So I know it's not theoretically city money, it's grant. I just want to make sure I understand it.
It basically has to be programmed in the general fund to reflect future expenditures and ultimately grant reimbursement for the funding agreement that's already been executed with the air district, I believe.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood the money process of it. Okay.
On another note, volunteers, who's the volunteers?
The Tree Foundation of Kern is supplying volunteers. We've actually been approached by a couple of organizations here recently looking to participate in Earth Day type events. And we've actually suggested that they join us on May 11th. So there might be multiple organizations on site, but the Tree Foundation of Kern will be supplying the bulk of the volunteers.
Okay. Now, that was going to be my second question, is about community service clubs, like Lions that need to do some type of Earth Day event. I was just wondering if they could participate in something like that.
Certainly, the sooner that we know about, the better. So that'll kind of dictate how many trees we plant and what sites we plant them at. So yeah, certainly, we've already had some contact with Girl Scouts, I believe. And so if there's anyone else that might be interested, you can have them contact me directly.
Okay, how soon do you need to know as far as how many bodies from the Lions Club?
Well, preferably within a week or two.
Okay.
So probably by the end of the month.
All right, great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Otherwise, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Olvera, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Prout. Roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. See, you did one, I did one, we're all good. I have a motion by Councilmember Alvarado and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Prout. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Gibbon.
Yes, I apologize about that, Gilbert. Item number 5, to award professional services agreement with Trans Systems for an amount up to $120,000 for right-of-way acquisition support services for the Roundabout project at Highway 43 and Santa Fe Way.
So, Mayor and Council, this is the ongoing work that we continue to do for the proposed roundabout, as you stated, at Highway 43 in Santa Fe. And Mike James, our Public Works Director, will be making the staff report on that. Mike?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the Shaver City Council, the roundabout project that planned at Highway 43 and Santa Fe Way is proceeding. It's basically a partnership with Caltrans that consists of the city funding the design and right-of-way acquisition, and then Caltrans funding the construction phase. The city previously entered into an agreement with Caltrans to have the desired right-of-way needed for the project appraised and obtained per Caltrans requirements. Now, having that agreement with Caltrans enabled staff to conduct a request for proposals to have consultants provide right-of-way support services. These services include researching the impacted parcels and utilities, preparing appraisals, and providing the city with miscellaneous title and escrow support. So we have received and ranked 3 proposals. And it's important to point out that Caltrans procedures, which we're following, generally don't consider costs as part of the ranking process. It's more of a request for qualifications. We're seeking the most qualified consultant. And then once you rank a consultant, you work with that consultant, negotiate, to receive a cost proposal and negotiate a final contract amount. So Public Works did ultimately receive a cost proposal from the #1 rate consultant, which is Trans Systems. Their proposal was valued at approximately $110,000. So numerous resources have suggested that this is a fair cost given the scope of work involved, including Caltrans. They endorsed that cost proposal submitted by Trans Systems. So city staff are not qualified to provide the required services. So we really need a consultant on board in order for this process to move forward. A suggested budget for this endeavor is $120,000 to cover Trans Systems proposal plus contingencies if necessary. The capital improvement program has $1.5 million already programmed for the roundabout project, so no budget action is required at this time. All we're asking tonight is that we receive authorization to award in the contract to Trans Systems not to exceed $120,000.
Very good. Council, any questions, comments, or concerns? If not, I need a motion in a second, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
Very good. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Prout and a second by Councilmember Olvera. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Gibbon.
Yes. Very good. Item number 6, award professional services agreement to Win Smith Landscape Architecture for $20,000 to create, design, and construct drawings for Chess Garden project at the Shafter Library and Learning Center. Sir.
Certainly, Mayor and Council, this is work that we're proposing as we continue to improve the grounds at the Learning Center for our youth. And we have an opportunity to utilize CDBG monies that we have applied for that would go towards the construction of this project. This is related to design of that work. And so with that, we have our Director, David Franz, make the presentation. David?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of the Shafter City Council, tonight I present for your consideration a proposal to award professional services agreement to Winsmith Landscape Architecture for the design of the Shafter Library and Learning Center Chess Garden project. This agreement will enable architect Tim Smith, who we've worked with in the past, to create detailed construction drawings and renderings that ensure that the garden is beautiful, functional, and integrates with our existing landscape. By investing in quality design at the outset, we also hope that this will enable the project to move forward efficiently and quickly and minimize any potential delays and costs. The original plan for this project was developed and submitted in 2021 as part of the partnership with the County of Kern around CDBG money. So you've voted on various parts of this over that period. And originally the plan was for the city staff to create the engineering drawings and to do that in-house. However, given the ramp up in the current workload in the engineering department and a kind of recognition that the importance of landscape design expertise in making this project successful in all the ways I mentioned, staff believes hiring a landscape architect is merited in this case and will allow us to leverage the CDBG funds to their fullest extent. Funds are available in the existing education partnership budget, supplemented by undesignated library and learning center donations in the past. And just to explain what that is, that means, so in over the life of the education project, people have made donations to the city for education. People have made donations for the learning center. For many years, those donations were put into a separate fund in the foundation and were not spent. This, however, I think is a use that's consistent with the spirit of in which it was given, and as an opportunity to spend down some of those funds. So staff recommends awarding the professional services agreement to Winsmith Landscape Architecture for up to $20,000. As I mentioned, Winsmith has significant experience in Shafter, including the North Shafter Park, landscaping around the skate park, and the Gossamer Grove development. The $20,000 budget covers Winsmith's proposal and allows for contingencies. It includes site visits and remotely sharing the design with council for feedback. If approved, Winsmith can begin preparing construction designs to be completed this summer. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council, comments, concerns? I have just the one, so it's fully funded through either CDBG or the existing donation amount, so nothing out of your theoretical budget.
Well, it will, there's a small portion of my professional services budget that will be exhausted by this as well, but it's not, no additional funds are being requested.
What is that small portion being?
Well, my
exhausted?
professional services budget, I believe, was something like $6,000.
Okay,
And what was left of it was significantly less than that. So
just wanted to understand that. Okay, very good. Folks, I need a motion to award.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Olvera, second by Councilmember Espinoza. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Gibbon.
Yes, thank you, sir. Item number 7, award professional services agreement to Smart Fiber Networks for $270,000 for the development and design and engineering plans to expand fiber optics in the city core. And you brought your closer in once again, sir.
Early Mayor and Council, as you know, the city, under our former IT manager, Scott Wiggins, we applied for funding a couple of years ago as part of the federal infrastructure and state grant funding for the last mile to be able to provide broadband accessibility to rural communities. And so the city was successful in securing approximately $500,000 in grant funding. What's before you this evening is the scope of work from that grant. And so this evening, our assistant IT manager, Chris Schultz, will make the presentation as it relates to further enhancing our existing fiber network. So with that, Chris, thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. A little over a year ago, staff began reviewing the overall effectiveness of our current fiber optic network, including the strain that it places on our city budget and key factors that have led to its underutilization to date. Staff determined that without a formal set of documentation that is common practice for most municipal fiber networks, the goals of improving the city's use in the system simply would never happen. Staff also determined that the best course of action for the future of our network would be to pursue a public-private partnership with an internet service provider. Over time, that partnership would help alleviate the city's costs for things like network maintenance, infrastructure acquisition, and the construction costs associated with expanding the network, which is our overall goal. In order to attract an ISP partner to our community, 2 formal documents were necessary. That includes the completion of a broadband master plan, as well as the completion of a set of design engineering plans that help articulate where we need to expand in the city. The master plan aids in informing a potential ISP partner on how our network was constructed, what assets the city currently owns, and why our constituents would benefit from the expanded use of the network. Whereas the developing a design engineering plans, which is what this staff report is really directed towards, will help inform a potential partner on where the future of our network needs to be built. In May of 2023, Council approved the first of these steps, and I'm happy to report that our broadband master plan and a subsequent broadband business plan were completed in March and are about 99.9% done and drafted and ready to come to you at a future meeting. A formal bidding process was completed in February for the design engineering proposal, meeting the requirements of the city's bidding and procurement policy, and a 5-member staff evaluation committee reviewed the 6 proposals and ultimately selected Smart Fiber Networks for this project. Smart Fiber provides an extensive experience in helping municipalities of our size with fiber optic design planning, and they put the needs of the residents first and make the attractive case towards an ISP ultimately with that plan. The city, as City Manager Gonzalez referenced, the city received a local air agency technical assistant grant from the state back in the fall of 2022 in the total amount of around $500,000. We currently have roughly $340,000 of that remaining, and so we will fully cover the roughly $270,000 that's being requested in the staff report. That concludes my review. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. It's a big step for us.
For the record, for anyone who watches on YouTube and is listening now, can you explain the last mile?
Yeah, so the state of California has 3 programs. The initial mile, which is the main trunk line of fiber optic cables that are being planned and laid at a state level. The middle mile, which is a network of, think of branches on a tree that help connect to large municipalities. And then the last mile. The last mile is getting actual service lines of internet service to the homes themselves. So this particular design planning is going to basically design service level connections into homes, which is really, really important. It's what we don't have right now. And what we're limited in trying to attract an ISP. It's like buying a car and not having the manual in the car when you drive off. We don't have that manual yet to be able to give to an ISP and say, hey, this is what you need to do to make it effective. And here are our supporting administrative documents to say why that's the case.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
So the last mile will be benefiting to the new development or the?
No, so the new developments on the Gossamer side already have the fiber. So any new homes that are being built already have that telecommunication connection existing. It's a requirement. But the existing homes, yours, mine, Ms. Proud's here, well, actually everybody here, the existing homes do not have that connection made. And so the state consider this called the last mile. And it's really meant for rural communities, disadvantaged communities, if you will, that says you've got to figure out, Spectrum, AT&T, you've got to figure out how to get to that person's house because it's not fair. They don't have the same service that the new house has or the more advantaged communities have. That's their intention behind it.
So it'll be benefiting to the core city, basically.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And another thing to note, connecting to the last mile means that we have a whole new set of redundancy if the network goes down. We are now connected to the statewide fiber optic system, which makes it almost impenetrable when it comes to downtime. Whereas in our current system, for those of you who don't know, we have a 40-mile ring of fiber optic cable that basically makes a big loop around the city. Happy to share maps at a later time if you want to see that. That ring is city-owned, city-managed, and is encompassed just within our city system. So we would be connecting to the middle mile network and providing not only increased speeds, but also a level of redundancy that would make it to where it's nearly impenetrable and it would go down very, very.
So
easily.
that last mile, I'm not sure if the Gosper Grove area, but there's a fee, right? Like we would charge a fee to connect?
So theoretically, no.
No? Okay.
That's what they're talking about, the private partner, the public-private partnership, right? So that's where you're using grant funds through some of our legislators who have, put that out there. And you're creating that connection to get to quote unquote the sidewalk. But you have to make that call to the Spectrums or the AT&Ts of the world and say, hey, connect me. Now, they may have a $99 service charge to make the connection, or they may have a promo.
But as far as the city doesn't make any revenue off that, or could it?
I don't know that.
Different ballgame?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to you for a couple hours about our private partnership, and that'll definitely be coming up
Yeah.
at probably another management report. But I will say what it allows the city to do is, since we are not an internet service provider, no one connected to our network right now is getting internet service from the city directly. We can enter into a public-private partnership with an internet service provider that will allow them to connect to our network, use our existing infrastructure, and then provide a discounted rate to a resident who maybe is using Spectrum or another or any internet service provider. And it's not only better for them with respect to the technology they're using to get internet service to their home, but it also provides our unserved and underserved communities who simply can't afford the rates now, or frankly, who don't have access to that last mile connection that the mayor is explaining. That's really who it's going to benefit first. But this application could be for our businesses, our commercial developments along Lerdo and 7th Standard could absolutely benefit from having that fiber optic redundancy.
Thank you.
Good questions.
Does the 270 complete the last mile? I mean, or are we gonna be adding to this again later?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Espinoza. This is the 270,000 is strictly for design and engineering plans. It's going to be a very comprehensive set of construction plans that would essentially expand our network to the city core throughout the entire city core. This is not construction in the field. That is going to come at a later time when we enter into a public-private partnership. This is sort of the second leg of a three-leg system. So the third leg would be actually submitting an RFP to opening it up to all ISPs who would want to enter into that partnership with us. That's the next goal. But this design engineering work is really a necessity in order for us to attract that ISP to our community.
Okay, so then, in getting to this point, then the individual is gonna have to decide whether he wants to stay with Spectrum or go with this option.
Yeah, the individual will always have that choice.
Okay,
We're just going to provide a secondary option in our community.
okay. Thank you.
Yep. Absolutely.
Very good. All right, good questions, folks. Good questions. If no other questions, comments, or concerns, I am looking for a motion in a second, please.
I'll make that motion.
No second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Alvarado, a second by Councilmember Olvera. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Kraut,
Yes.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes,
and Given.
Yes.
thank
And
you.
he's wearing Dodger blue. Just saying right now, it's working for him. Just misleading. Item number 8, final item for the management reports. Authority to submit letter to the California High-Speed Rail Authority in support of amendments to the existing settlement agreement with the city of Shafter specifically for design modifications at 2 crossings, Poplar Avenue and Beach Avenue, sir.
So, Mayor and Council, as you know, we have had some discussions with High Speed Rail in the past with the Southern California Regional Director. And one of the conversations we had with them during one of the meetings was, as you know, the city entered into a settlement agreement with High Speed Rail several years ago that encompasses the closure of 6 rail crossings throughout the city. One of those pertains to the beach in Los Angeles. And you just heard this evening that we are proposing to construct a roundabout at that area. Under the current terms of the agreement with High Speed Rail, that thoroughway from Beach going across Santa Fe over to Los Angeles going west would close, which it would divert all the traffic back north up to Beach onto Lerdo, and it would just create more of a traffic circulation mess for the city. So in our discussions, meetings with the director, we requested to meet and confer or reopen the settlement agreement specifically for two crossings, the Poplar, but more specifically the Beach Avenue. It's my understanding that last week, Mayor Gibbons received a call from Director Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
With High Speed Rail, informing him that there was an interest on behalf of this High Speed Rail to go ahead and have actual discussions about reopening the settlement agreement specifically related to these two crossings. He did urge the city to submit a letter from the city to High Speed Rail with that specific request. So the matter before you this evening is to get your approval for us to submit that letter to High Speed Rail, making that formal request to reopen the settlement agreement for those two intersections. It wouldn't be the entire agreement, but it would be specifically for Poplar and the Beach Avenue crossing. So that is before you this evening. He then would move this forward to the CEO of High Speed Rail. I believe it's Brian Kelly. And in his communication with Mary Gibbons is that the CEO is open to these discussions. And so therefore that's the sense of urgency to get this letter before you. One, as I said, to approve us submitting that letter to High Speed Rail, and two, authorizing both the mayor and myself to sign the letter on behalf of the city to submit to High Speed Rail. So that's what this item matter and pertains to. Mayor, I don't know if there's anything else you want to chime in with regards to your conversation with the director.
Absolutely. So to clarify, they're not asking for a letter of support for the entirety because they kind of know where we stand on that, but they are asking for a letter of support that to have this revised and looked at. And it's not just for Brian's perspective, right? He wants to ensure that the city is serious about doing this before going down that road. I think subliminally they want to have an idea that the city does care, and it kind of makes it look good that there suddenly just became a slight handshake, maybe from a 10-foot distance handshake. I don't know, but that's the intention. The other piece of it is because that money has been allocated, they know they have to go back to the feds to ensure that, hey, if we're moving the money from one crossing and moving it to another, we have support from the cities who are wanting to do this as well. So it's not that they're trying to lose the money in doing it. They want to just reallocate the money to a different position. So that was his intention is the city serious about doing this? Do they really care? If so, just show us that you care. We're not asking for support everywhere else. We're just asking for support for specifically these two crossings, and that we would stand behind it and say, yes, we really want these to happen. That was the general consensus of it.
I
So
think Beach, being that what Beach is and with the potential that we were planning in the future, I think that should be definitely opened.
Absolutely. I agree.
Does that bring Caltrans back into the picture? Because that's going to change that roundabout, right?
Yes, it does. And that's the other point to make is that there is that sense of urgency because we're moving forward to right-of-way acquisition. Furthermore, with the design of that right-of-way, as I discussed with Public Works Director James, time is of the essence that we are going to make changes and keep that open. We need to know sooner rather than later so that the design team with Caltrans can make those accommodations for that.
You know, I'm on this committee, but I didn't know about this either. I wasn't brought in on it. I'm not too sure that we aren't moving too fast on it because I have a tough time dealing with them even when we have our meetings. And at this time, I'm wondering if we shouldn't just wait. I mean, we schedule meetings. High Speed Rail is supposed to be meeting with us for different reasons and different times, and they get canceled. You know, I don't know why they're canceled. I'm not even sure who cancels them all the time. But I'm wondering if maybe we aren't just moving too fast on this. For instance, I'll give you another example, and there's been so many people in the community that have asked me about Merced Overpass. And we were never involved in the Merced Overpass. Isn't that right, Michael?
Well, technically no, because it's outside of our jurisdiction.
That's right. And so they went to the county. This is what we learned at one of our meetings not too long ago. They went to the county. The county said, yeah, hey, they gave them authority to build that overpass over there. Guess what? There isn't even a road that leads to Merced. But it was decided that the future, now I don't know if the future is 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, what, to make an east-west connection. But you know what? Nobody considered us. Nobody came to us and said anything. So that's kind of the helter-skelter decisions that high-speed rail seems to always make. And now that we're involved in it, they're wanting to accommodate us, stir up the pot with Beach Avenue, whereas Beach Avenue wasn't even considered before. You know, so I'm not sure that this is really a movement that we ought to do right away. I think it needs to wait. We need to see some more discussion. We need to have a better understanding of what the whole project means, because it's going to stir up the whole community. They're going to come in, they're going to put these 6 overpasses in, and then they're going to go away because they don't have any money to go any farther. And so are we going too fast on this? That's the way I'm looking at it, because I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. If they had money that was going to complete even from Merced to Bakersfield, I'd say, you know what, we're on the right track. And we're doing a piece here, and then we leave a space, and then we do another piece before we ever come back and connect. The next thing he told us at the meeting, he's going to lay track over in Wasco. What's the track for? There's no train. And the track is only a small area. I mean, it's pretty frustrating when you go to these meetings because they don't have the plan and they don't have the funds. You know, start at Merced and keep building it until you get, and that's what people keep asking me. Why is this so spread out? I mean, they haven't even started anything in Bakersfield, and yet this thing's going to go from Merced to Bakersfield. I
So,
mean, if that's what we want, then that's where we're in.
so to be clear on the letter of support, I don't think we're moving too fast. I think this is more urgent than anything else, because to your point, if Merced was the last overcrossing, the very next overcrossing is Poplar. So theoretically, that is one that they're already in the midst of designing. And if they continue down the road they're in, they need to either shift gears with their design budget and design process, their right-of-way acquisitions, et cetera, or they continue at status quo. So I do understand why there's a push for it. And to your point, we all agree, we're not overly excited for what high-speed rail is doing, right? The train to nowhere's, I guess it's being dubbed. That doesn't mean we're supporting it. We're supporting the fact that we really, there's not a necessity to take out existing orchards and infrastructure into a road that's giving us roughly 170 cars per day, which is at Poplar, especially with the crossing that's already over at Merced, versus a crossing at Beach that is seeing Laredo at 14,000 cars a day and Central Valley Highway at the same rate. So you have a lot of traffic in that area. It makes a lot of sense. I hear you. I think that's why I wanted to be clear when we talked about it. This is not a letter of support for the project, but it is a letter of support to say, if you're going to do this, please, it'd be nice to open this up and not have to waste the money on a road, on an overpass, just like you said with Merced. Why waste the money on an overpass that's going nowhere? Not to be mean to the folks on Poplar. It's not that's going nowhere, but.
And really to follow up on that, I think it might be better that we pull all of our own city staff together with 2 of us that are on this committee. And let's hear how this could work and how the benefits are going to be any better for us, or are they going to be any worse? Because like I said, I don't trust them. I really don't. And Garth knows that. He knows it from you and he knows it from me, but you threw the carrot out there and now he wants to accommodate it because he sees too, the Merced's not going to do it. He just doesn't have it. And yet they're going to stir us up. It's going to be the worst thing that ever happens here.
I'll take ownership of a carrot if that be the case. I think
Yeah.
it's a tasty carrot. Because Beach Avenue, especially with the growth potential that's coming in that general area, including residential and commercial growth, I think Beach Avenue needs to stay open. And
Well,
I think
Beach does need to, but we can do it.
I
without
hear
having
more
an
from
overpass.
residents asking for Beach to stay open than
Yes.
anything else. Actually, more frustration that it's closing. So a letter of support asking them to please keep Beach open and not have the overpass on Poplar makes a whole lot more sense. So, yes, I'm in favor of it. But before we go, any other questions or comments at this point?
Well, I'm in favor of not having Poplar and doing Beach, but I'm not too sure we need to be sending anything off. Make them wait a little bit.
Yeah, but wait, in this case, it's to our benefit. Motion, I'm assuming we need. So I need a motion in a second if you guys want to send a letter off.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Olvera, second by Councilmember Espinoza. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Alvarado,
Yes.
Prout, no.
Olvera,
Yes.
Espinoza,
Yes.
and Givens.
Yes. Okay, with that being said, that are all of our items for management report. I'm going to move into our city manager comments in report. Sir.
So, Mayor and Council, we sent you an email with some reminders for upcoming events, and particularly the next meeting, May 7th. I know council, I've talked to some of you in the past, and some of you have expressed an interest about having a meeting, a city council meeting at Gossamer Grove. And so staff has gone out there and looked at the layout. We identified Community Park as a suitable location for that. That can accommodate us putting up a temporary tent for some shade. By then, it'll probably be a little warm, a little sunny. But it is feasible for us to be able to hold a meeting out there that I think we would be able to put the word out to the community out there and promote the city council going out there and having a meeting and engaging the residents of Gossamer. And so with your consensus, just a thumbs up, because it's not on the agenda, is just a little thumbs up that May 7th is suitable with you to have that at Gossamer Grove. It's the regularly scheduled meeting, but we would just have it earlier. The budget meeting that's tentatively scheduled for 5 o'clock, we would incorporate that budget presentation as part of the management reports, as part of the regular agenda, which I think would be a good topic anyways for the residents of Gossamer Grove to hear. So with your thumbs up, we can move forward with that.
Yep.
We can have, I'm just asking for the clarity of the item number 1 that came up tonight. Can we have booth set up for Code Red and any of the other?
We put the library out
FLLC stuff
there, we
out
can
there?
put Code Red, we can promote the city and engage the community, certainly.
Thank you.
We haven't been out there for a long time, so.
So is that
Submit in black and blue would be good too. I
just
appreciate
for
that.
clarification, Mayor's thumbs up from council.
Code 4.
Good for.
Was that?
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you. What? Oh. And then, as you know, the second meeting of May, the May 17th meeting, we will be 4 of you are traveling to ICSC Las Vegas. That is a travel day that we'll be returning back, so we probably won't make the regular meeting. So I wanted to ask council to move that regular meeting to a special meeting of either that Wednesday, the 22nd, or Thursday, the 23rd. So any preference? on those?
Wednesday would be better for me than
The 22nd?
the 22nd, yes.
So you like the 22nd?
Yes.
What time?
Regular time. Or we can, it's special
6 PM
meeting.
would be regular. I can do 6 PM. I have a meeting that should take me to 5-ish, 5:15. So it gives me enough.
Yeah,
time to
it's the regular meeting that we'd be moving
6
to a
o'clock.
special meeting, so start time would be 6 o'clock.
get on the-
And that's on the 22nd?
Wednesday, the 22nd, the day after the conclusion of ICSC.
So theoretically, on the 7th, we'll have a motion to have to carry for going dark on that one, because, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So consensus, the Wednesday, the 22nd for a special meeting, or
Yeah.
the sub-point, okay, perfect. Thank you. And with that, Mayor and Council, that's all I had. My Public Works Director, Mike James, does have a quick comment to make regarding our water report. So with that, Mike.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the Shaft City Council, Public Works prepares the Consumer Confidence Report every year. It's also commonly known as the Water Quality Report. The report for 2023 has been completed, and in the next few weeks, it'll be mailed to all of our customers and posted on the city webpage per state requirements. Just wanted to make the council aware that they'll receive an advanced copy of the water quality report via email within the next couple of days, probably. There's no, it's a status quo report. There's no water violations to report, but nonetheless, the latest water quality data will be provided, as well as contact information for me if they'd like to talk about water issues or the water system itself. So just wanted to make the council aware of that, and that concludes director comments.
Nothing further.
Okay, very good. We will be moving into closed session. We have to recess into it. We have 5 items on our closed session report tonight. Conference with legal counsel for an existing litigation with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. Number 2 is conference with legal counsel and exposure to litigation. Number 3 is conference with real property negotiators at the 300 West Tulare Avenue properties. Item number 4 is conference with labor negotiators in regards to our city manager. And item number 5, public employee appointment, again, title for city manager.
I need a motion to move into recess, please.
No move.
A second.
A motion by Councilmember Olvera, a second by Councilmember Espinoza. All those in favor with aye.
Aye.
Same sign oppose. Hearing none, we are into recess. Welcome back from closed session, and I'm going to look to our city attorney to lead us out, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned earlier today, the city council recessed in a closed session. All members were present. There were 5 items on the agenda, and with respect to those 5 items, city council provided direction on several of those, and we have no reportable action on any of those items.
Thank you very much, sir. Nothing else on the docket. With that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn, please.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Espinoza, second by Councilmember Rivera. Roll, all those in favor with aye.
Aye.
Same sign opposed. Hearing